Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Okay. Okay, so here I am, streaming on a Sunday. It's really crazy. This cat is probably not going to make things convenient for me, but I'll power through it anyway. I'm trying to figure out how to do more casual streams where I'm not like really focused on, I don't know, what I'm doing, I guess. I'll get into that in just a second. So I have I'm gonna, what's the word? See how this goes, where I'm working on something but like watching other stuff on YouTube and etc. I'm not sure how I want to completely do that, but I'll figure it out. It's just a test run. I'm just gonna be streaming for, I don't know, until I feel like stopping, but probably, I don't know, a second, a minute. Like 3 hours in normal people speak. Anyway. So I've been messing with this game for a while. Or I mean, like, I've been messing with this for a while, since the last time I've streamed it. You know, nothing too crazy. You can't really notice a lot of things, but there is a my biggest problem that I've gotten to. I think it was working completely fine before I changed it, but like, I gotta change that. Well, I don't have to do that right now. Where, you know, the character, I think the character was just sliding on the wall and stuff, and I'm trying to have a system where, you know, they jump off of the wall. I'm getting this situation. Like, the crazy part is that, like, you know, it works in a weird way. I think if I like fall off from that, then it just works. I just get so upset. It's like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that after this, but not when I want you to? Yeah, that's a whole thing I gotta figure out. But that's not what I'm gonna be doing now. Excuse me. Let me see. I gotta double check it. It is player 2 sprite. I think it's just called player 2 sprite. Look, no. Is it sprites? No, that's game maker stuff. Raw images. Okay, so it's just one of these. Why did I not name it? I'm so upset. Maybe I did name it. And I don't want to import it and like mess with the whole thing when I don't really need to. I'm just gonna have to look at it. Okay, so it's not this one. It's either this one or that one. What's the difference? It's probably version 2, just because it's a newer version. Okay, it's enough. Dark ambient synthwave. At least for now.
The description says this was his lifelong pursuit.
He has a nice voice. Let me see.
Though short, Thops's questline was incredibly impactful and resonated with me. Today, I want to explain why. You will find the sorcerer in
One
Liurnia
looks
at the
better to
cozy
me.
church of Irith, and he will immediately solicit you.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea
I like how
Lucaria.
seamless that
For
is.
a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
This first impression is quite humorous. He asks you for 10 runes in exchange for insights into his studies at the Academy. 10 runes isn't a large sum whatsoever. That's how much selling a clump of moss will net you. But it does set the tone for
Not
his
a clump of
character
moss.
and the theme of modesty, which we will return to many
I'll
times
try
in
this
this
one.
video. So once you pay his small cover charge,
Maybe
he'll
like after an
introduce
hour I
himself
switch that
and
setup.
keep his promise, albeit with a caveat.
My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries as promised. Only none of them are particularly great.
Okay.
As you navigate to his shop, this is what Thops has to offer. Players who chose the astrologer starting class or bought spells from Sorceress Selen may find Thops's inventory redundant. Glintstone Pebble and Glintstone Arc are spells with which you begin the game as a magic user. You find Selen in Limgrave offering these 2 spells, plus another 4 right from the get-go, double the inventory much earlier in the game. So you already know 2/3 of his repertoire and are now down 10 runes. Who does this guy think he is? Well, he's not a liar. He did say he would share his knowledge before you bought in, and despite his modest offerings, his willingness to share all he knows is quite endearing. This is also shown in his self-depreciating humour. If you return to him after purchasing from his shop, he will refer to his spells as the following.
You're most welcome to any of my anemic little spells.
The word
Not
anemic
anemic.
is usually
What
used
the heck?
as an adjective for anemia, the condition
What'd
where
she
you
say?
produce fewer red blood cells, symptomized by feeling constantly weak and tired. But in this context, anemic spells could mean not powerful spells. And Thops knows this. He knows they are weak. Glintstone Pebble is literally described as being
Okay,
the
so this is
first
the one
spell
where
you
he's
learn
standing.
when you start practicing magic as a complete beginner. Thops is painfully aware of his limitations, which is refreshing. However, it does make you pity him a little bit. His open acknowledgement of inadequacy, juxtaposed by his enthusiasm and willingness to share all he knows with you. Moreover, Thops uses a derogatory term to describe himself on multiple occasions.
I never imagined that a bluntstone like myself would have the chance to play teacher.
A blunt stone. Presumably, this is a cruel play on words derived from the word glintstone. Many of the glintstone items and spells are characterized by their pointiness. After all, they are splintered shards from the stars, jagged and sharp. Sharp does not only mean a fine point, but also in the context of describing a person's qualities, meaning that they are quick, perceptive, and intelligent. And what is the antonym of sharp? Blunt. Blunt implies dullness, the opposite of sharpness, an insulting nickname to ridicule Thops for being slower than the other sorcerers, seemingly not as intelligent. A blunt stone. Now, I don't think this is a term that Thops coined himself. I think he heard other people call him this. And if this is true, the worst part is that because of this repeated exposure to the name, Thops internalized it so that now he believes it himself.
I know it. I'm a bluntstone. I'm a bluntstone.
No.
I don't even have a pebble's worth of power. Is this why bluntstones always finish last?
I am inclined to believe that this was a nickname his classmates or peers at the academy called him, mainly because in that last line it says, "Is this why bluntstones always finish last?" Bluntstones is plural, gives me the image of an academy teacher referring to him as such. There he is, Thops the Bluntstone, or classmates whispering to each other, don't ask him, he's a Bluntstone. You get the idea. But this is only something I infer. Thops himself has nothing negative to say about his peers or the academy. In fact, he sounds quite proud.
You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here.
This explains why you cannot enter the academy at present. The sorcerers chose not to participate in the fallout of the shattering and sealed themselves inside their grounds.
Trying to figure out how to make a
Thops
running
happened to be
animation.
leaving the academy just as this decision was finalized and took an unknowing one-way trip into the wilderness. And he has been stuck outside his place of study for an undetermined but extended amount of time.
When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
Now, we do have an idea why Thops left the academy in the first place. Do you remember earlier I mentioned Thops's shop and how 2/3 of it is redundant? Well, what about the other third, the last spell? A glintstone sorcery called Starlight. And it is granted to sorcerers who depart from the academy to embark on journeys. The stars are...
Hold on. I actually need to focus for a quick second. At least what I'm looking at. Yeah, I can see that. So, like, I'm just trying to remember, like, what I was doing with this one. Or at least the order. Because it looks like it's, this. Wait, I can just check. Tripping. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. So basically, I was wondering why, like, the standing position is, like, was all the way over here, and it's just so that, like, when the character's standing, the image would equal, like, 5, well, 5? 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. It would be 5, but then once they're moving, it would rotate between 0 and 4. It makes a lot more sense, okay. I think I figured that much out.
are never far from a sorcerer's side. This corroborates that Thops left the academy for a reason, either an excursion or research mission outside the grounds. Also, I think I'm right in saying this, but this spell is exclusive to Thops's shop. I don't think it drops or is sold anywhere but here by him. Now, the actual effect of the spell is akin to the lantern. It illuminates the area around you for a short time, but it does expire, whereas the lantern does not. The lantern also does not cost any FP to use. As a side note, Starlight used to cost 12 FP and just last 1 minute. However, it was buffed in patch 1.07. The cost was reduced to 9 FP and the duration tripled to 3 minutes. And you may be asking, Why would I use starlight when I can just turn on my lantern and not worry about FPE or casting time? Why would I do that when I can do the better version? And if you're asking that, you've discovered this video's crux. What is the point of Thops? Sounds a little mean, but trust me, this question will return later. So, despite Thops being positioned outside the Academy's sealed gates, he knows a way inside.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the academy.
The seals of the Academy can be bypassed if you have a magical key. However, only 2 keys exist within the game, and one of them is inside the Academy, the place where you need a key to enter in the first place. The reason for the scarcity of the keys is likely a combination of game design and narrative purposes. Their rarity ensures the safety of the Academy. If every sorcerer had a key, the seals would be less effective if everyone could walk in and out as they please. Furthermore, each key is uniquely bound to its owner. Once used, it can never be passed on to another. Like I said, for security, you can't share or steal someone else's key. At least, not from a living user. Only death will release the key's grip on its wielder, so that another may claim its power. This is why the only 2 keys are both found on corpses. Their former masters have perished, allowing you to use the key. Thops, who raised the idea of acquiring a key in the first place, is familiar with their intricacies.
And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the Academy.
He humbly requests you to give any potential spare key to him, as he is aware you would claim the first one. He asks very courteously, but you can still sense his unwavering resolve to claim his place at the Academy. He acknowledges his perceived lack of magic potential, but refuses to resign himself to a new life after his accidental banishment. His longing to resume his studies outweighs his
The idea of an
self-doubt.
accidental
He is
banishment is
determined
crazy.
to reclaim his rightful place as a Raya Lucarian sorcerer and student. So, only 2 keys are accessible in the game. A fearsome glintstone dragon guards the first. Its previous master seemingly perished trying to fight, study, or loot it. Interestingly, if you try to offer this first key to Thops, he will outright refuse.
So you found yourself a glintstone key, but I certainly can't take it from you. That key belongs to you. By rights, you should use it for yourself. It's true. I wish to return to my place of study, but that's no excuse to impose upon others. Oh, is this why Bluntstones always finish last?
The last line did make me chuckle a little bit. It does echo the sentiment of nice guys finish last, which has a couple of different meanings depending on the context, but can be summarized as follows. If you keep bending over backwards to help others, you won't get very far in life compared to someone who only looks out for themselves, which is an incredibly cynical statement and a very reductive mindset to have. Still, Thops realizes here that by sacrificing his priority to get back into the Academy, he may not be able to achieve this now because he was trying to be nice, pleasing someone else instead of putting himself first, which would have been taking the key from you. Once you enter the Academy, traverse its perilous halls, and balance along its rooftops, if you find just the right place, you can drop precisely down to the second and final key, meant for Thops. As a side note, it's mysterious who the previous owner of this key was. Maybe they took a wrong turn, realized there was no more floor beneath them, and plummeted onto the light fixture below. They were studying glintstone magic after all, not gravity magic. Regardless, fate has deigned that this key should now rest in Thops' possession, and his reaction to being bestowed is filled with genuine astonishment and gratitude.
Are you certain? You're willing to give your glintstone key to me? My, oh my. Thank you. Thank you dearly. Now I can go back to the academy to resume my study of glintstone sorceries. And the very stars.
As he closes his eyes and tilts his head back, hands clasped to his chest, holding the key tightly, he can't help but wonder how long he has been here. Isolated in this dilapidated church, no friends, teachers, or a means of returning home. The universe seemed to have been conspiring against him, his Bluntstone moniker following him and reminding him of his inadequacy at magic, coupled with quite literally being shut out of the academy. It was probably just unfortunate timing, with Thops's departure and the sealing of the gates. However, I do wonder if the sorcerers deliberated on locking him out. Perhaps they put up the seals without a second thought, simply having forgotten about Thops outside the walls. But now it comes to Thops's triumphant return for him to reunite with his peers.
Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Or perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit? Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then.
Thops will now move from the Church of Irith to Rea Lucaria Academy. But whereabout? Is he reading in the great halls, strolling through the gardens, or engaging in academic debate with his peers? No. Thops resides in a dark, damp rock face, sitting at a simple table. Some pieces of parchment and glintstones are laid out in front of him, seemingly in mid-study. Only a couple feet away is the schoolhouse classroom site of grace, indicating this is where the students came to take classes. Yet Thops is the only one stationed outside the classroom, with only scraps to utilize. In contrast, the sorcerers inside have this lavish, well-lit interior, glintstones from floor to ceiling, and unending bookcases. Of course, this is viewing it from the perspective that Thops was shunned and had no choice but to take this unfavourable seat. But he could have wanted to sit here and study. He took what he needed from the classroom, nothing excess, and sat on the dim and quiet outcrop to study alone, which he preferred. And this is when two things happened. Thops discovered something incredible, and Thops died. Sadly, you do not get a reunion with Thops at the academy. When you arrive at the schoolhouse, he has sadly already passed away. The reason might be related to what is left on his body and what he discovered. Thops's barrier, a sorcery that allows you to deflect sorceries and incantations by creating a magic force field. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the academy. Thops created his own spell, but not just any old spell, a spell worthy of its own school of magic. The description says this was his lifelong pursuit. This implies that he had been working on it for quite some time, and when he was ejected from the academy, he was desperate to get back in, not only because he felt like this is where he belonged, but probably because he was also really close to finishing his creation. But why did Thops die? Now, it could be directly caused by producing this magic spell. Some people mentioned that he died because he glimpsed into the primeval current. According to the academy, the primeval current is a controversial and forbidden area of study. We have evidence of how seriously they take these claims, and anyone who attempts to study it, as Master Lasat, Master Azure, and Sorceress Selen, were all expelled and exiled from the academy for their association with the subject matter. In my opinion, Thops doesn't seem to be the sort of guy to venture into the taboo for the sake of knowledge. Also, he knew Selen when they both studied at the academy, and when he speaks of what she allegedly did, it doesn't sound like he agrees with that sort of practice.
But Selen was expelled from the academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
In addition, I don't think Thops could glimpse into the primeval current. No offence to him, but we don't even know how you would do such a thing. And if he did, I'm sure there would have been some mention of it, or at least the word primeval used in an item description or even some dialogue of his. But no. And even if he did glimpse into this cosmic horror, there is no anecdotal evidence to support that he would die from it. Lasat and Azure are explicitly stated to have seen this tremendous galactic entity, and they went a bit crazy from doing so, but didn't die. They were described as afraid, enthralled, and broken psychologically, their understanding of the world shaken. It's unclear if Selen has seen the primeval current for herself, but she certainly wants to restore it and has a questionable at best level of sanity. Although these three sorcerers do have a higher magical aptitude than Thops, they could have handled it better than him, explaining why the mere sight of it caused him to perish. However, I don't believe that Thops has any connection to the primeval. His resulting barrier spell has no connection or basis from it. What is more plausible is that Thops died for this spell. He put his everything into making it. He worked himself stupid endlessly to make something of himself. He was given this ticket back into the academy and didn't want to squander it. Now, the more sinister theory is that Thops was murdered because of what he was working on. Now, why is this barrier spell so significant? First and foremost, the barrier can deflect sorceries and incantations, rendering many formidable attacks futile. When you cast it, incoming spells will ping off in an alternate direction. I recommend this video by Bullet Nut, which showcases how invaluable Thops' barrier is at neutralizing boss attacks, most impressively against the Elden Beast. A manifestation of ancient godly power is rendered trivial against the humble creation of a man derisively labelled Bluntstone. Now, probably some of you are saying, well, that's cool and all, but Carian retaliation exists, and it's way better than Thops' barrier. Carian retaliation dispels incoming magic and transforms it into glint blades that retaliate, hence the name, against the caster, an offensive and defensive spell rolled into one. Much debate about Carian retaliation's advantages, like casting time, FP cost, and animation frames, usually culminates in why would you ever choose Thops' barrier over this? But don't listen to all of those people, you should listen to me. Choosing Carian retaliation over Thops' barrier is akin to opting for the lantern over the starlight spell. Why would you choose this one when a better one exists? Well, I'll be honest, a lot about Thops' story is that it's story, it's character, it's not about min-maxing. It's about a man who was sneered at, insulted and excluded for simply not meeting the standards of others, for being different. But that doesn't mean he was an idiot, he just had strengths in other areas. Thops' barrier is an incredible feat because of who made it and what it does. I've seen critics of Thops dismiss his barrier as a worse version of Carian retaliation, but these assumptions overlook one crucial detail. Carian retaliation is a closely guarded secret, a weapon hidden from public knowledge. This was the Carian royal family's secret means to prepare against the disloyalty of the Academy. The moon and the stars would one day go their separate ways. The only individuals known to possess this ability are Moongrum, the Carian knight guarding Renala's boss room, and Salavus and Pidia, who sell the spell and the Ashavor in their shops. All these characters serve the Carian family, so their loyalty and association would explain why they are also armed with this secret. So the notion that Thops plagiarized Carian retaliation seems a bit unfounded.
Plagiarized? That's crazy.
I believe he created the spell inspired from his unique strengths. He wasn't a fighter per se, he didn't excel at DPS spell slinging. If this was something like D&D, he would be a wizard specializing in abjuration magic, casting protective spells to negate other abilities. And this is something to be celebrated and respected, as he is one of the few to synthesize such a powerful spell of this nature. There are only 3 spells like this that nullify magical attacks. You have Eternal Darkness, Ancient Nox magic that literally causes a black hole that draws in any sorcery in its path. You have Carian Retaliation, a political weapon of war developed by a royal family of decorated sorcerers that use an enemy's strength against them. And then you have this guy with his magical force field. Thops' creation of this barrier may have stirred resentment among the sneering classmates or scornful sorcerers. When he returned to the academy, they unleashed their jealousy, rage, insecurities, whatever reason why people bully others. But Thops was undeterred. Whatever abuse they threw at him, verbal or physical, it only fueled his research, driving him closer to his breakthrough. Tragically, his demise may have come at the hands of those who couldn't bear to see him succeed. After all, you do see many sorcerers close to Thops' body roaming the nearby classroom. Sadly, it is possible they could have quickly snuck up and taken him out. Or maybe this was on a much larger scale. The academy itself orchestrated his death. While lacking the offensive capabilities of Carian Retaliation, the barrier posed a significant threat to the magic-centric institution that is the academy. Thops may not have intended to wield his creation against the academy itself. Instead, it was likely an expression of his unique magical aptitude, but it still diverged from the academy's conventional teachings. I don't think Thops maliciously intended to use it against the academy, but it didn't matter. They executed him once they saw him using their establishment and resources to create such a spell. However, discovering Thops' body with his barrier spell in hand raises some questions. If his creation was deemed so threatening as to warrant his execution, why leave the barrier spell untouched? It is a bit of a meta nitpick, I agree, but if this was the intended narrative, a more cohesive approach could have involved finding Thops' body accompanied by his research notes, which you could then present to a knowledgeable sorcerer like Selen to teach you Thops' barrier. This does take away the uniqueness and achievement from Thops, though. So another way could have been that you fight one of the head sorcerers or teachers in a boss battle, and they drop Thops' barrier, showing that they had confiscated it and were going to destroy or warp it into a weapon of their own. These are some holes in the theory that the Academy orchestrated his death. Alternatively, the culprit could have been a vindictive sorcerer acting alone, motivated by a personal grudge towards Thops. After finishing him off, the sorcerer was unaware of the significance of Thops' research, allowing Thops to complete his spell in the final moments, leaving it behind for you to discover. Another possibility is that Thops simply succumbed to the relentless demands of his research, working himself to exhaustion and eventual demise. This is a commentary on the toll that academia and the pursuit of knowledge can take on even the most gifted of minds. Many people we know as geniuses now were not recognized in their time. Thops is the equivalent, as his work was remarkable enough to define its own conspectus, but he will not be alive to teach it. I wanted to imagine what it would be like if there was a world where Thops' conspectus was established. I did a little drawing and editing to depict what Thops' glintstone crown would have looked like, as all the sorcerers who established a conspectus have their own glintstone crown. I wanted to highlight Thops' strengths in defense, taking the colors and purpose of his barrier spell and essentially making a giant glintstone encasing the stone head. Unlike traditional spiky glintstone crowns, Thops' crown would positively embrace his bluntstone nickname. Solid, rock-hard, and stalwart, just like his barrier spell. While most of the other glintstone crowns have jeweled eyes, representing their sole focus on glintstone magic, I drew Thops with closed eyes, dreaming up new ideas and pushing the boundaries of conventional magic, similar to how the eyes are closed and concealed in the crowns of Selen, Hierodias, and Hyma. Their ways are less traditional than their peers. And of course, I gave him a smile. This character struck a chord in me, and I likely projected a fair bit during this video. I don't make a habit of divulging my personal life on here, but like a lot of people, I got bullied throughout the majority of my school life. I struggled to find my place, I felt overshadowed. I did my best, but I didn't expect much, and neither did anyone else. Much like how Thop's story is about recognition and self acceptance. Make a long story short, when I went to university, I realized the importance of authenticity, as I tried too hard to please other people and appeal to what I thought they wanted from me. I finally confronted myself with the facts. I am an incredibly introverted and quiet person. I struggle to form friendships. I will always choose to stay home rather than go out, but I'm okay with that. I don't care what that says about me. I don't care that I'm not good at socializing or good at maths or even really good at video games. And that may make me a bluntstone because of it. But there are a couple of things that I like to think I am good at. I want to think that I'm good at stories and talking about stories, and seeing people respond so positively to my videos is something very special, and I'm so lucky that people want to listen to me. Sure, I get criticism on how I talk, how I look and dress, but it doesn't bother me because this is who I am. And it took me a good amount of time to learn self acceptance, to embrace what I like to do, regardless of how conventional, practical, or profitable it is. The important thing to remember, and what I want you who's listening to this to take away from this video, is that you can't please everyone. It's impossible. So stop trying to. Make peace with who you are, and beautiful things will come because of it. Trust me.
That was a really good video. So I don't. Let me just so I can talk about the video. So I typically don't. Where am I? Oh my God. So I typically don't really like indulge in Elden Ring because of like I don't know a weird relationship I have with the game. I don't. It's a very interesting topic thought, but it's not just that. It's also interesting her like perspective on it. Not necessarily perspective, but for example, I thought it was interesting how she correlated like just the idea of academia in the world of Elden Ring in the Glintstone Academy to people who talk about the lore of Elden Ring and like just them theorizing things them theorizing about Thop's barrier similarly. And that's a very interesting like way to go about it, because that's probably even what the developers honestly intended to some extent. Yeah, no, that's a really good video. I'll subscribe to her.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but video games cost a lot of time and money
All right. I don't know if anybody got that joke.
to make. Sometimes that results in smash hits and millions and billions of dollars, and other times it ends up being a massive failure. Today, we're talking about some of those failures. 10 of the most expensive video game failures, or at least perceived failures. Now, take all these estimated budgets that are going to pop up with a grain of salt. Anyway, enough disclaimers. Let's get started off with number 10. The original Shenmue, believe it or not. Yes, this game is an absolute classic, and a lot of people are in love with it for a reason. When this released, there was nothing else like this. The character was appealing, his quest was appealing, but just kind of walking around and engaging in life felt really
Yeah, I was looking at
novel
Pokemon
and
sprites
charming at the time.
to
Plus,
reference.
you could, kick some ass sometimes. Now, from what is floating around out there, the estimated production and marketing cost is anywhere from 47 to 70 million US dollars, which apparently also covered some of Shenmue 2. It's not totally clear, but we do know that Shenmue, the original game, sold 1.2 million, but apparently didn't recoup its development costs. So that technically means that the game was not a massive win for them. And it's interesting, right? Because This was an all-time classic game. Like I said, a lot of people love it. I think Shenmue 2 was better, but like it doesn't matter. It got fans in the door and people are still begging for new games to this day. So it's an all-time classic, but the budget was completely unheard of at the time. In 2001, it was the most expensive game ever made at that point, we believe. And yes, here it wasn't able to make its money back. Next, over at number 9, we have Too Human. Now, I know we've been bringing up this game a lot recently, and a lot of that is because of the failure. Too Human was seemingly an expensive disaster by many metrics, so we know it has an estimated budget of around $60 to $100 million, but there's so much more in between that. I mean, the fact that the game had like development deal exclusivity stuff on multiple consoles, both a PlayStation console and the Nintendo GameCube, but ultimately all that kept falling out and we ended up getting the game on Xbox 360. This 2008 game was developer Silicon Knights' next big thing. A lot of people were hoping, seemingly internally as well, that this was going to become a franchise because it did have a unique spin. It was like sci-fi Norse mythology and it could have been absolutely awesome. Unfortunately, when it released, it just wasn't very memorable, it wasn't great, and just didn't really have a lot of staying power.
There, on that statue. They aren't shadows. They're monsters. So much for the easy way out.
But technically, it's important to note that like the creation of this game spanned from like 1999 to 2008. That alone just sounds massively expensive. Along with that, a few years later, a whole court case
What?
cropped up.
9
Silicon
years?
Knights tried to sue Epic for failure to like deliver on what the Epic Games Unreal Engine at the time could really do. It resulted in obviously massive court fees and the cost of paying lawyers and all that, and resulted in Silicon Knights' downfall. Next, over at number 8, we have APB, All Points Bulletin. This game was billed as like the big multiplayer Grand Theft Auto game before Rockstar really got around to it. APB was absolutely hyped up, and it was a massive production with an estimated $100 million budget. Again, we're getting this from Wikipedia, but either way, the number doesn't really matter. The point is that this game was massively expensive. I mean, think about it, all the networking infrastructure, the building of a whole open world game, getting that online, dealing with characters, crime, players having freedom, so much to it. And when the game released, it really didn't take off like they were hoping. It still has some dedicated fans to this day, yes, but it was nowhere near seemingly what it cost to really make it, especially with the fact that eventually Rockstar would dominate with, Grand Theft Auto Online seemingly forever. There's not really a lot of room for anything else there, but what really was the icing on the cake, or what really made it feel like a financial failure, is when K2 Network purchased the game for a mere £1.5 million in 2010. So even though the game did manage to live on in some ways here and there, that did feel like a massive L from the very lofty goals this game originally set out with. Next, over at number 7, we have something from THQ. Now, THQ was one of the heavyweight game publishers, developers for a long time, but when that OG THQ had a miss, it was usually a massive miss because they would swing hard. Take the U-Draw tablet. This tablet with a stylus kind of peripheral, did start out as a device for the Wii, which I guess is where it made the most sense, but ultimately also ended up becoming something for the PS3 and Xbox 360 in 2011. And yeah, I mean, what even is this thing? Like, what is the point of this thing? I was heavily invested and deep in the video game world and the gaming news world back then, and I don't even remember this thing. And I think that says a lot. You probably don't either if you're as old as me. This expanded release was considered a disaster. It apparently caused a revenue shortfall of around $100 million. They admitted it. The CFO admitted it on a financial earnings call, and he said that they had like 1.4 million unsold units that were just like sitting in a factory somewhere, sitting in a warehouse. Nobody wanted this thing, ending up with a massive like $100 million L. This is insane. And apparently, according to Eurogamer, the former company president actually blames this "you draw" thing as one of the massive mistakes which eventually did lead to THQ's demise. Obviously, THQ ended up kind of being packaged up, bought, and rebranded into a different thing now in modern gaming history, but the old THQ, as we knew it, fell flat on its face at one point, and I bet one of those trips to lead to that fall was definitely this "you draw" thing. Again, I barely even know what this thing is. It's so stupid. Look at it. Next, over at number 6, we have the more recent Immortals of Avium from last year, 2023. This one sucks because it's something I absolutely love, right? It's not a remake, it's not a sequel, it's its own completely new adventure, it's new world, new characters, and it is a single-player, fairly linear, first-person shooter action-adventure game. It is pure distilled video game fun, and I really enjoyed this game. It is far from perfect. It may not be the most memorable game in the world, but it was a lot of fun, and it was a little different, and that's what we want at this point, right? Well, according to sources, the game's development cost around $85 million, and then EA, through EA Originals, apparently spent $40 million on marketing and distribution. So you can chalk that up to $125 million total. Obviously, it gets a little more complicated with like how EA Originals works and how it's actually pretty generous to the developer, like in the developer's favor, but still, it wasn't enough. It just feels like this game was given no chance. It released amidst so many other heavy hitters. Obviously, you know 2023 was a year stacked full of top tier 10 out of 10 game releases, like Baldur's Gate 3 was around that time, so it was a really tough going for Immortals of Avium. And ultimately, the studio that set up to create this game and this whole new thing ended up shutting down after this. After poor sales, it laid off about 45% of the staff, and then in April 2024, the rest of the staff was placed on furlough. So it's unfortunate because they really tried with this one. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. And sometimes when it doesn't work out, it can be kind of expensive. Next, over at number 5, we're switching gears here for a sec with Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. This is not a mainline Final Fantasy game. This is actually a feature film, a computer animated full-length film from 2001 that I'm gonna totally admit I absolutely loved. It had heavy hitter stars like Steve Buscemi and Alec Baldwin in it, and it was absolutely crazy. Is it goofy? Is it very early 2000s? Yes. Does it really carry a lot of the philosophies of the Final Fantasy games? No, not really, but it sure was something. I don't know, maybe it's nostalgia. But according to sources, it was $137 million to make, which is equivalent to $214 million in today's money, and apparently only grossed $85 million in box office. This was considered a box office bomb by all means. I mean, they really went big on this one. It had TV commercials, it had fancy posters, again, it had a lot of famous actors in it, all that press, all that stuff, and it still totally bombed. It was actually blamed for the demise of Square Pictures, which was set up to like be a thing, a new endeavor, and it apparently nearly ruined the entire company. Next, down at number 4, we have Marvel's Avengers. This was the big, expensive live service Avengers game. It was like the first big Marvel game that would unite these heroes and give us fun new
This is a
versions
really
of
weird
them.
situation because I want to like actually comment every once in a while just for the sake of like brevity. Is that the word?
The game did the live service thing.
Like I'm like
Destiny or
working.
The Division or whatever, where it's designed
If
to
anything,
keep
this
you
is like
playing,
background noise.
eating, and doing multiplayer shenanigans with your friends as Thor and Iron Man or whoever. Unfortunately, even though this one did find a small dedicated audience, unfortunately it didn't quite land. It was estimated between $170 to $200 million to make this thing. Obviously, the Avengers, Marvel superheroes, that's a big thing, and that comes with a big price tag. What we do know is that Square Enix estimated a $63 million loss the year the game came out. Now, I know Square Enix is famous for all of their games.
You know, honestly,
they have extremely high expectations of all their games, but
I was about to
Avengers
say,
felt like it hit.
oh, that
There
won't
was a lot of
work.
press, there was a lot of backlash to this one. A lot of people just totally dunking on it, and
The crazy
that was
part about
justified
Marvel's
by looking
Avengers
at
is
the
that like I
players.
watched a
Like, not
playthrough of
enough
it and I
people
was,
were playing
it
this
was one of the few
massive,
times where I legitimately thought like, huh, you know, this game is pretty cheap. I think I would enjoy myself playing it. And like they literally just ruined it because of the microtransactions. Like I think the story was pretty good and the combat, you know, it was serviceable.
Way earlier than the publishers wanted, that's for sure. Eventually,
Like it's very hard to mess up a story with just a whole bunch of characters that people like that are already established.
That was it. Add it to the pile of
Yeah,
live service games.
that's very unfortunate
So many studios try to chase that
for the
trend
game.
and try
I
to
don't
get a piece of
really care about the
pie,
company.
but ultimately end up totally flopping. And sometimes with Marvel's Avengers, it's really freaking expensive. Now down at number 3, we have Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones is Ubisoft's open world multiplayer pirate game that has been in the works for what feels like almost a decade. That alone right there leads to a cost ballooning. If you have multiple studios, tons of people working on this thing for years and years and years, that cost is just going to keep going up. And the project reportedly cost Ubisoft $200 million. We don't know for sure, but that's where it's at. And like just within a couple of weeks after its release, a news report broke that the game reportedly sold less than 1 million copies after release, making it a massive financial flop for Ubisoft. Now, we do know just recently they did announce new content for it, so maybe it'll get a second lease on life. Ubisoft tends to support some of their live service games and then they turn it around. I don't know though, like with other games, like there's been some excitement around them. With Skull and Bones, it really felt like a lot of people did not care, so I think it's a tougher battle. And it's a damn shame because pirates are cool and we always need more pirate games, but Skull and Bones just feels like it's not quite landing with people. Again, this is an early one. The story is still going. We only know so
Yeah,
much
some
about
right
what
here I
really
could
went on
use.
behind the scenes here and whether or not the game is
For
gonna
reference.
die and totally considered a failure. We've seen crazier turnarounds. I don't know with this one, but I just wanted to mention that. Now down at number 2, we have Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is another recent one. One of the most recent dead bodies on the pile of live service dead bodies at this point. This one might be one of the more expensive ones, with Warner Brothers stating recently that they took a $200 million loss on this game. God damn. And that's not something that's going to slowly recoup either, right? Because the player counts are low, the interest is low, the game really came and went, and it doesn't really seem like they're releasing too much exciting content for it. With it being a live service game, the idea is that, you know, new stuff gets added, the game gets better, more interesting, or it keeps players coming back, and none of that seems to be happening. The most recent thing they released was a total bomb, just a little boring half-assed Joker content that nobody really wanted. This one really sucks to see just because we love DC games, we like a lot of the Warner Brother games, but Warner Brothers weirdly enough doubled down on this one. They wanted a live service game, they tried to get it with a game and a property where it doesn't really make sense, and they took a fat loss. They said they still want to continue to try live service games and continue to seemingly make mistakes like this just because they want a piece of that pie. They want their own Fortnite, their own Destiny, their own whatever, and they're going to do whatever it takes to get it, and that's unfortunate, especially with other big successes staring them in the face. Hogwarts Legacy was a massive hit for them, and that wasn't a live service game, that was a regular old-fashioned open-world video game. But with Suicide Squad failing, it seems like they got another one in the tank. Just please don't do it with another beloved property. Don't turn Batman into a live service game, don't turn Scooby-Doo into a live service game. I don't know, man, I can't take this anymore. Now down at number 1, we have Tiger Electronics' Gizmondo. You remember this thing? I barely do, but it's now like enshrined in the halls of video game legendary failures. This thing did garner some attention at the time. It really had potential. It had like an ARM-based processor. A lot of people were thinking it was kind of stacking up to compete against Nintendo and Sony, and they spent so much money promoting this thing with all kinds of crazy advertisements, promotional stunts. The Gizmondo was slated to be the next big gaming handheld. It was shocking just how much money was invested in this thing. There is an insane story behind it too. The guy that was apparently in charge of Tiger Electronics reportedly had like Swedish mafia connections. I don't know. The whole convoluted story behind this thing is absolutely nuts. But ultimately, it ended up with the company being $300 million in debt because this silly device sold less than 25,000 copies. Yes, after all these flashy product reveals, promotional stunts, advertising, storefront stuff, press attention, that's it. 25,000 people, if even that, bought this thing. It was not exciting, nobody really liked it. It was dubbed one of the worst game consoles of all time. Part of the reason was because it released with practically no games. It had like 14 games planned to release in the US and only 8 of them ever came out.
2005, I don't remember that at all.
Stinkers in one way or another. $300 million for this thing. I mean, just look at this device on screen here. This is crazy. It's amazing what kind of massive
Oh wait,
messes
no, I do
people
remember
get
that.
themselves into, especially in the world of video games. But that's the point of this list. This is 10 expensive video game failures. Obviously, some of them aren't really too big of a deal, like Shenmue, which eventually lived on, or Immortals of Avium, which just sucks because it was an actually good game. But the crazy stuff like Suicide Squad or the Gizmondo, those are the ones worth really highlighting, and we want to hear from you guys in the comments what you think. Now, if you like this video and you like talking games with us every day, clicking a like button's all you gotta do. It really helps us out. And if you're new, consider subscribing, maybe hitting that notification bell, because we put out new videos every single day. But as always, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
230 miles above the Earth, traveling at several times the speed of a bullet, you gently float over the space station's communications panel. It's time for your morning report to Mission Control. But as you turn on the screen, you're greeted by the face of a man you have never seen before. In an ominous voice, he announces that the president isn't well and that someone else is taking over. Things have been tense in your country ever since you left Earth 94 days ago. You know, deep in the pit of your stomach, that they're hiding something from you. And your worries aren't far off. Down below, tanks and armored personnel carriers full of armed soldiers are rolling up to the government's headquarters, blocked by thousands of people setting up barricades and chanting for them to stop. The clock is ticking as the final hour approaches for your country that once was. All you can do now is wait for news, faced with silence floating in endless space, hoping you won't be forgotten. On the 20th of May, 1991, Sergei Krikalev docked the Soyuz spacecraft with the Soviet Union space station, Mir, its name meaning peace or world in Russian. As he opened the hatch to the musty interior of the space station, he surveyed the surroundings. The cramped, modular station would be home to Sergei Krikalev, who was the first engineer on the mission, and Commander Anatoly Artsparsky for the next 5 months. With them was Helen Sharman, the first British astronaut in space, whose previous job was as a chemist in a chocolate factory. The Soviet space program was running out of money, and selling tickets was their saving grace, assuming someone could afford the $1,000,000 price tag. A private British consortium had bought Helen's way onto the station after she beat out 13,000 other applicants to become the second tourist in space, to spend 8 days conducting botanical experiments and leaving with the crew Sergei and Anatoly were replacing. Sergei knew it wasn't just the space program struggling. Back home, food lineups were common, and the economy was in shambles. The Soviet Union, a socialist country that succeeded the Russian Empire in 1922, was starting to fall apart as the republics demanded independence. Just a few months back, Lithuania broke away, and the Soviet Union responded by sending in tanks. 14 people died in the violence. Whenever Sergei asked Mission Control for news on the country, they would just say everything was fine. To make things more difficult, they only allowed him to talk to his family once a week. He was missing a lot, isolated in the vastness of space. News about his country falling apart, and watching his 1-year-old daughter grow up. One day, Sergei was looking through the handover notes from the cosmonauts who had manned the space station before him, when he came across strange scribblings of letters and numbers. It was a log. The strings turned out to be call signs for ham radio, a hobby for communicating with strangers around the world that predated internet chat rooms, using the longest-range radio service available to the public. As Sergei looked through the logs, one call sign kept coming up, VK3CFI, from a place called Colac in Australia. So in the evenings, when he was done with his work, Sergei would turn on the station's radio, set it to the right frequency, and wait to pass over Australia. He called out, VK3CFI, this is U2MIR, over and over during the 10-minute window. But the only response was the crackle of static. Days passed, and he kept trying, until finally he heard back a woman's voice. U2MIR, U2MIR, this is VK3CFI. Her name was Maggie Yaquinto, a high school computer teacher and ham radio enthusiast who knew rudimentary Russian. She was quirky, loved puns, and had a big personality, a contrast to the level-headed, quiet Sergei. She used to chat with the last crew and even taught them how to operate a packet radio, which used radio waves to send email-like text from computer to computer. Sergei wanted her to teach him as well. They began to chat often, and she would summarize news articles about the Soviet Union to send them via packet radio. With stores running out of food, people sleeping in train stations, and general law and order seeming to be breaking down, the news was often less than stellar.
Really? Less than stellar?
Yes, you see, stellar can both mean something outstanding as well as relating to a star. I'm fairly proud of that one.
You are the most
That was a good
intelligent
pun.
and humorous human I have ever met.
Why, thank you. It was now July, 2
What?
months into his stay, when Mission Control finally told Sergei some unfiltered news. And it wasn't good. They said he might not be able to come back home. There was a problem. The launch pad was in Kazakh territory,
Yeah,
which at this
that's really crazy. You know, because I work in fast food, so I work with people. I work in fast food, you know, and I can understand like in the situation where I'm like, hey, you know, this order, there's something wrong with it. There's a problem. You might not be able to get it in the way that you want to. Blah blah blah. But that's really crazy. Like, hey yo, you in space? There's a problem. You probably won't be able to come home. Sorry for the inconvenience. I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way.
this point had decided to secede from the Soviet Union. They were offering access, but for a steep price. So their solution was to send a Kazakh up to space as a peace offering. Unfortunately, he wasn't an engineer like Sergei. Each crew consisted of a commander, a flight engineer, and sometimes a researcher. The commander and engineer usually stayed up for a 5-month mission, while the researcher would stay for 8 days to conduct experiments, and then head back down to Earth with the returning previous commander and engineer. The research spots for the last 2 missions were taken by space tourists, one of them being Helen Sharman. That spot for the upcoming mission was already paid for and taken by an Austrian, so they needed to send the Kazakh up in place of the flight engineer. Sergei understood the gravity of the situation if you left a space station without its engineer. Back in 1985, an earlier Soviet space station, the Salyut 7, was in between crews when it lost power and went into a death spiral. Sergei was writing instruction manuals for cosmonauts at the time when he was asked to join the rescue mission. He ran simulations and guided the cosmonauts through a very risky docking where they had to match the spin, like that docking scene in Interstellar. Then he helped guide them through repairs and bring the frozen station back to life. Because of his involvement in the rescue, Sergei was chosen to become a cosmonaut that same year. Now Mission Control was giving Sergei a choice: to stay on Mir and keep the station shining brightly in the night sky, or to let the Soviet Union star die out. There was a lot to think about. Staying meant putting his body through an ordeal. In microgravity, muscles weaken, the heart shrinks, and bone mass is lost at a rate of up to 2% each month. That's why astronauts need to make sure they get some exercise in. Then there was his mind to think about. Stuck in a claustrophobic tin can, hurtling through space at 17,200 miles per hour with no guaranteed end in sight. He wouldn't be able to see his daughter or his wife, who were eager for him to return home, and they lived in a chaotic, unpredictable country. His family's safety was front and center in his mind. The duty-bound cosmonaut believed in keeping this slice of the Soviet Union alive, and didn't want
I
to
wonder why
endanger
sometimes they use
his crew to stay
cosmonaut
longer.
instead of astronaut.
So he told them he would
I think
stay,
they're virtually the
even
same
though the space
thing.
program
Now
could
think about it, it's
barely
probably
afford
just a
to send
difference
up
in
rockets
language.
anymore, and they had no idea when he would be able to return. With 3 months left until this changeover, of which he would no longer be a part, he continued with his routine. His days were planned out to every minute, with endless power outages, computer problems, and air leaks to fix. In the evenings, he would relax with Anatoly, look out to the majestic, peaceful view, and chat with Maggie. As July rolled around, Maggie sent news about a new treaty to be signed next month. President Gorbachev wanted to give the Republic
Let's
more
go on
power,
somewhere.
hoping it would keep the country together. Perhaps Sergei's family would be safe after all. Unfortunately, this treaty would lead the country down a dangerous path. It was August 19th, 1991, 4 months into his mission, when Sergei woke up, tired from his restless sleep. The sunrise every 90 minutes was disturbing his circadian rhythm. Weightlessness was stretching his spine, leading to back pain, and fluids shifted aimlessly in his body, causing severe congestion. It was no spacewalk in the park to live and sleep in space. He rubbed his eyes and floated over to the communications panel. Just as he was about to give Mission Control his vitals, a man in round glasses, reading from a piece of paper in a flat, somber tone, appeared on screen. President Mikhail Gorbachev can no longer perform his duties for health reasons, and Vice President Gennady Yanayev will take over as president. Sergei's stomach was in knots. He knew something was very, very wrong. Little did Sergei know, down below, this news flash was playing on every television set in the Soviet Union interspersed with Swan Lake on a loop. Soon, Sergei received news of what was actually going on from Maggie, and it didn't look good. Communist hardliners, unhappy with the new treaty, wanted things back to how they once were, so they put President Gorbachev under house arrest and dispatched tanks and armored personnel carriers to Moscow. Citizens marched the streets in defiance. But all Sergei could do was get on with his day, repairing the space station while questions riddled his mind. Was his family okay? What was happening to his country? And was he going to be forgotten amidst the chaos? More news from Maggie. Tanks had lined up in front of the White House of the Russian government. Thousands gathered to stop them with blockades made of
Is it
buses,
called the White House
concrete
everywhere?
blocks, machinery, and anything they could find. Sergei felt helpless and could only watch his country from above. He saw no conflict and no people, only a fragile planet with a thin atmosphere. Then, tragedy struck. 3 men died while trying to stop a tank, and the coup attempt ended just as quickly as it started. The hardliners gave up and were arrested. Sergei was relieved it was over, but unbeknownst to him, it was just the beginning of the end. October came, and the new crew arrived. Commander Anatoly was switched over with Alexander Volkov. All Sergei could do was watch as the capsule he should have been on detached the station and left, leaving the homesick cosmonaut to wonder if an engineer would ever be sent to replace him so he could return home. 2 more months passed, and he got an update from Maggie that changed everything. The failed coup caused a domino effect, and on Christmas Day, President Gorbachev had resigned. The Soviet Union was no more. Sergei had been in space for 7 months now. His body was degrading, regardless of the exercise and rations he was eating to try and curb the effects. But while he himself had food, he learned that in the meantime, his family had been struggling to put something, anything, on the table. The switchover from a communist-controlled pricing system under the Soviet Union to a free capitalist system under Russia had happened overnight, and it caused prices to skyrocket. Ham had suddenly jumped to 1,000 rubles per kilo, which was 2 months of Sergei's salary.
I like what I'm
Mission
trying to
Control,
do,
where
but it's
Sergei's
not
wife
there.
worked, was so underpaid that there were talks of them going on strike. The space program had no more money, and nobody knew if there was going to be a launch in late March, which was supposed to have Sergei's replacement. As March came around, things were tense for Sergei, who had been floating in uncertainty for months. But he finally got the news he was hoping for. Germany had bought a space ticket for $24 million, which helped fund the launch. Sergei would be able to go home. On March 25th, 1992, after 10 months in space, Sergei landed back on Earth, still displaying the red Soviet flag on his arm. The world's last Soviet was described as pale as flour and sweaty like a lump of wet dough. His legs had no strength, and he had to be carried out of his capsule. It took him weeks to regain his lost muscle mass. He was, in a sense, a time traveler. And not just because of the slight time dilation caused by being in space that long, which made him just a tiny fraction of a second younger. His hometown of Leningrad had been renamed to St. Petersburg. His pay had changed.
That made
his
me
status
angry.
uncertain.
I'm mad because I know
Legacy
about that,
turmoil.
but still.
He no longer recognized the country he came back to.
Like, I just look at the
Despite
universe. Why
challenges
can't you
he
be
faced on
normal?
Mir, Sergei continued to fly missions, like the first US-Russian space shuttle mission in 1994 and the first long-duration stay on the International Space Station in 2000. By the end of his career, he held the record for most time in space, 803 days from a combined 6 space flights, until the record was broken in 2015 by Gennady Padalka. Maggie talked to a total of 19 cosmonauts aboard Mir before the retired space station was sent to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean in 2001. She passed away in 2014. While on Mir, Sergei had written Maggie a letter in which he stated, "From space, the Earth is like a map, but in contrast to a map, there are no borders to be seen. It is pleasant when there are fewer borders. People can rub shoulders, be friends, travel freely among each other, and get to
Right.
know one another more." While in space, his country had changed, but so did his perspective. He realized that on the pale blue dot we call home, we all share the same journey. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing to our channel. You'd be surprised to know how big of an impact your one sub has on this video's success. Plus, we've got plenty more mysteries coming that you won't want to miss. So, until next time, thanks for watching, and hope to see you again soon.
When I saw Dead Man Wonderland for
Oof. I'm gonna vibe with some synthwave for a bit. Hmm. Hmm. Was this too loud? Okay. That kind of works. I wish I could make it a little bit better though. I think the silhouette itself is fine. I just need to figure out how I want the colors to work. So slow. It looks a little like Super Mario Brothers, but I'm fine with it for right now. I think this is fine. Which one is it actually? It's gonna guess the first one. Oh my gosh, where's the alignment? I was not paying attention to that at all. I guess this one is where it matters. Just base it off of it. Yeah. Like 2 away. Crap, I think I messed up on the legs. I was wondering, that was throwing me off. Or did I? No, I didn't. Okay, I'm tripping. Hey Lara, what's up? I'm just, chilling in the morning, getting some work done, streaming, trying to be productive. How are you? I did not think of this. I guess this would be black too. Okay, so if its left leg is forward, that means his right arm needs to be extended out a bit more. So oops. Like I said, I think the legs are fine. Maybe I can animate the entire body more, or make the body look more animated. What am I making? I am making a sprite sheet for a character that I will be using for my capstone around next year. This guy. I got like the attack. Oh crap! I got the attacked animation, the jumping animation. Right now I'm making the dashing animation because I don't feel like coding him right now. He's making me very upset. Yeah, I try to be cool. You're cool for being here. I appreciate that. Ooh, maybe I can like infer it, if that's the word. Or like that, so it doesn't look so ink blobby. Is it fun or is it my job? You mean like, am I doing it for fun? So I'm doing it for like my final project for college. So it is something that I wanted to do because you're allowed to choose what you want to do. So a little bit of both. Like it's technically an assignment, but it is for both. Okay. I don't like that though. Maybe it's just like this, that one dot. I think that works, at least for now. I honestly think this one is mostly fine. Or get some. Yeah. It's probably too much noise for that color right there. There's no noise at all. Placeholder. So I should be turning this upside down, kinda, this hand here. I think that's still how it would have worked. Oh, that's crazy. Blue should be here. Yeah. Go ahead and take away the gray here. Trying too hard. This thing right here. What color? I guess that would be blue. I need to see how this looks. Thinking, what do I do? Oh no, not at all. I'm in my late 20s actually. Yeah, I'm getting my a bachelor's. My college career was very sporadic. Like I've got my associates like what was it, like 4 maybe 5 years ago, around like when I was 23 24. I took a couple years off, or I've been on and off of school. Now, I went back and I'm getting my bachelor's, and I just got one more year left. Animation? No. Bachelor. So my degree is in media arts and science, but my specialization is in game development. But yeah, I'm dabbling in a lot of things actually. I'm dabbling in too many things actually. Yeah, test animation. What do I do here? I always forget how to do this. Whoops. So I don't think I can like undo that. Yeah, I can. Yeah, game development can be pretty interesting. Oh, there's a pixel offset. That's what it was. What is wrong with me? What is this? Oh no. It's 33 by 33. It has 1 pixel offset and 1 pixel separation. Thank goodness. I think it's this one. Thanks. Lara Valentina. I appreciate you coming in with that walk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I think I'm only like 4 follows away from becoming or applying for affiliate. That's nice. But I appreciate you for making that goal a lot closer. Thank you, Lyra. What happens if I can play here? Oops. Okay. Okay. Stop it. This is the main kicker here. Yeah, I should verse this. That doesn't look appropriate for Twitch. There we go. That's a really good song. Yeah, that's fine. How long have I been streaming? Ugh. How long have I been streaming? Let me check my oldest video on here. Such a thing. I think my oldest playthrough, or the oldest thing I streamed. Oh, can you hear me? The oldest thing I streamed on my channel was like Divinity Original Sin 2, and that was 4 years ago. So I'd say 5 years, just on and off. This use. That's fine. I need this. I think that looks pretty good. I'll need some, like... Could shadows help? Nah. I think this is a good placeholder sprite until I completely finish it. Like he's skating. That's adorable. Yeah, I don't need him right now. Did I not name it? Okay, so it's just everything else is about perfect. It's that one that's throwing me off. I should like animate the arms a bit more. Yes, I could just stretch it out. Didn't even notice that. No, it looks too small. Oh no, I feel like I just did something. I feel like I just cooked, as the locals say. That's gonna get someone epilepsy. The speed for that should actually be faster. Only not 6, but too fast. I don't want to mess with y'all's eyes. I'm very like what's the word? I don't know. I have very sensitive eyes, so like if something's bothering me, I'm like, oh, that's probably bothering something else, someone else. Okay, so that's finished essentially. What else did I need to make? Well, I need to color them now. Which should be fine. Well, I gotta give them 2 colors. Perfectionism? I am a perfectionist, unfortunately. I need to be an exceptionalist. Exceptionalist? Not a perfectionist, but an exceptionalist. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be exceptional. I need to tone it down just a bit. What the? Okay, I missed. Exceptional. Thank you, thank you. I'm a linguist to some extent. Is it the whole eye? No. Is it just red? I probably thought the pink was too bright. That would make sense. Or maybe it's because like the eye would flash. So that's why I made it red. Or burgundy, I guess. Then I think this is what I wanted this to be. Like both of these rows just dashing. Because I don't see where anything else would be. Oh, I gotta make this bigger eventually. That's unfortunate. Because like what I'm trying to like get with this game. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. What I'm trying to do with this game is like it's like a Metroidvania or a 2D action side scroller in the guise of a Metroidvania. So I'm trying to get that down, like just the basic ground to ground combat, but then I also want to have like a very good movement system. And like this character going into different colors, like different tiers of like speed and attack power that they can reach if you have enough momentum and stuff. You just gotta figure out how to do that. Haha. Let me think. Do they change colors when they're running like this? Yeah. If Mario does it, it shouldn't be like too big of a deal. Or if Super Mario Brothers did it. It's just that, like, if he's running, then the animation speed is going to be faster. And if it's faster, that means the frames are going to change faster. And if the frames change faster, that means the colors are going to change faster too. We're trying to make this, like, epilepsy friendly to an extent. Yeah, just do it. Can always fix it later. I think that's supposed to be gold. No, it's not. What color is this? Okay. I need to decide if I'm gonna make the outline color change too. Like this black outline. Is that the same red? No. I should still do the hair first. It might have confused me. Okay, I'm pretty proud of that. What else did I need to do? There's definitely more sprite work to do. Oh crap. Save as. This, you. I need to make 2 other variations of these. So it's 4 times 3, 12. There's only 10 spaces per. I'm gonna have to move him down. Or should I? Even I'm trying to make him look up. I think it should just have an indent right there. Does that work? Kinda, yeah, that works. Alright, you're not Herobrine, buddy. Yeah, I'm doing this on Paint. Actually, I have a Sprite, but Paint is just a lot faster to just save and export and stuff like that. I only use like a Sprite if I'm trying to make, I don't know, a portrait with pixels. But a sprite sheet like this, Paint is, I prefer Paint, at least so far. That was right there, driven. That should just be 1 away. This is fine. I think it would be interesting if I tried to do something like this. It kind of looks a little goofy. That kind of works. That I don't hate it. I just need to fix it just a little bit. That's fine, but I need to move it over. Just said that. Yeah. Yeah, did a good job. Okay. Now the opposite, which honestly should just be the exact same thing but in reverse. And then lower the head. Other way. Gosh darn it. That actually works, I think. I'm gonna have to figure out something with the eye. Or do I? Hmm. Would that make sense for him looking up? Honestly, it should be lowered, if anything. If I switch these two. I think that works. It's just maybe red instead of black. Yeah, I'm cool with that. And this is difficult because I feel like I have to like change the entire face or the entire sprite. That's fine, but I can raise this one. Wait, they? I don't think they would even use this animation. Just for like a quick frame of reference for what I'm trying to do. My character has 2 attacks, where if you just press the button, they shoot out a fireball. If you hold it, they use that whip. I wanted to have it so if you're charging it, you'd be able to aim up and down, but if they're on the ground, they probably wouldn't be aiming down to begin with. But they could be at a ledge. They could be at a ledge. Now I am contemplating on the idea of how often will the player be at a ledge for them to aim downwards? Because it will be very simple to just not worry about this, but then I'd still have to make it for the jump animation, which is this. I probably should just not close it. Or if the character is aiming on the ground, you know, there's a completely separate animation for it. Yeah. Oof, 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 oof. Gotta make sure I save this VOD. I'm trying to. What's the word? I'm trying to keep a record of all the streams I've done with this game. Maybe a year or two from now, I can make like a design document. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Actually think the hat would be inward. Yeah, I'll take it. Side changes here. So menacing. Let me see if I want to change it in response to that. Like edit this at all. How would that look? Let's see. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool if I'm being honest. But could I also? Does that work? Nah. That's good. That's good enough. Is he going to save a princess in distress? Nah. Let me think. So it's a very long-winded story, and this character, honestly, I brought him to life by a miracle. Is there a Clips Notes version of the story? I guess. So this character name is James II, or what most people call him, Jimmy James Jr. And so Jimmy is a character that I made for a game that takes place in my hometown, Gary, Indiana. And so it's a very like retro dystopian-esque type of game that I'm trying to make. He's gonna be trying to save the city from gang members and occultists. It's a low fantasy world. I guess you can just say inspired by Supernatural and Charmed. It's Dungeons and Dragons, but in half modern times. Oh, I can't put this here. Does he blink? Ooh, no. Actually, why'd I make him flash? I probably actually have to make this separate. Now I think about it. Oops. I gotta remember to push this or save this in the cloud, push the repository. James the Hero? Yeah, James the Hero. I'm really glad I thought of that name too. It's very catchy, if I say so myself. Wait, what am I doing? Gosh. I need to calm down. Oh, this song is stark. It changed the whole vibe. He's not a villain, I swear. Oh, his hero's gold right there. I need to fix that. Let me fix this first. Yeah, that's why I decided to do the red first the last time, because I get confused like that. Yeah, that's right. Okay. That was a lot faster than I thought it would be. I might want to make a climbing animation. How would I do that? I have a sprite somewhere that has the leg I would need, or do I? I guess it's fine. Yeah, I also need to change this, the angle. Where was his foot at? The center. There's a spot in the code, or not the code, here. It's very perpendicular? No, what's the word? It's like between horizontal and vertical. Diagonal. Yeah, it's very diagonal. How would I do that? Pixels are very hard. You can't just rotate them. Yeah. Just copy these real quick. Oh no. Can't, what's that, like right above the ear? You know how to like do the exact opposite of what's going on here, which I would say I need a darker color. I guess purple is fine for right now. You know how easy it is to just make like body horror with pixels? Just go like, yeah, yeah. Look, I hate it. I love it, but I hate it. I think that's fine. We go ahead and let me copy this in case I mess up. I've seen oh, there's a streamer I follow, Epic Name Bro. I seen him doing pixel art in Photoshop. I was like, what? Photoshop? That's crazy. I didn't even think of that. Really? You see most people use Photoshop? I am definitely behind the crowd. I mean, I have Photoshop because because my school has a partnership with Adobe. I think that's how it's worded. So I could use it. I just never I don't know, it just never like occurred to me. Because when I think Photoshop, I think like high fidelity images, not pixels. I think that's too linear. Probably have to raise the hat a little bit. I don't want to like change the angle anymore because it's gonna mess with the eye. Maybe if I just move this here. Yeah, that works. Could the hand be bigger? Yeah. Eh? Oops. Pretty sure I can just black this out. Gonna have to fiddle with it. I like it so far though. It's so confusing, like figuring out what completely separate from the sprite sheet, but like figuring out what category to like stream on. Cause like this is technically game development. Like it is. In my heart of hearts, I know, quote unquote, that this is game development, but like shouldn't this be categorized as an art stream? Cause I don't know. Cause I'm drawing, but it's for a sprite sheet. I guess it doesn't really matter, but it kind of does. At least in terms of like letting people know what's going on in the stream. No. Stuff. So I think I can like make it gray there. Maybe just one. Top. You think I'm in the right category? Thank you. It's things like that that keep me up at night. Like just what I be thinking about. What I be thinking about. Like, dang, did I stream on the right category? What if someone calls me a fraud? Maybe blue would work. Oh, that's so weird. Maybe blue here. Oops. Then like a patch of gray. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting there. Probably take this out. Some black. Where's this? I think I get like a little indent right there. The thing is, like, his hand would be further back. But is that? It could be right there. Eh? Okay, that works. Let me see by chance if this would work instead. Probably not, just from what I'm looking at. I kind of want to push the hand to the left just a bit more. You know that feeling is called overthinking? No, not 90%. Yeah, we're just some overthinkers over here. Like, it helps. Half the time, it hurts the other half. But maybe it's 49% and 51%. But that's just overthinking too. So what do you do? I don't know. Maybe black right here. It's a cute little emote. I can't wait till I start making emotes, or until I'm able to make emotes. I think... What is this part missing? Like, what can I do? It's a big puzzle. My cat's probably gonna bother me in a second. Oh no, he heard me. He's chilling. Maybe I need to raise it. Okay, that makes it like easier to figure out what's going on. I think that works. You know, my only gripe now is just that, like, this shoulder is just a bit too far out, and not in a cowabunga way. Hmm? It fixed it itself. Did blue work there? Curious? Nah. Alright, I'll take that. Looks like he's about to moonwalk. Speaking of moonwalking though, I don't think I will have enough time to like actually put this in the capstone for next year. But like I really wanted, you know, because it takes place in Gary, Indiana. I really wanted to have a homage to Michael Jackson as like a secret boss. Because he's from Gary, if you didn't know. I think most people know that. Yeah, whatever. Maybe most Gary people know that. Yeah, just staring at it, that works. I gotta do the exact opposite. It's crazy. I feel like all I gotta do is I'll take it. His arm's just a little bit too big though. I gotta move him back. Probably the same thing with this little shoulder right here. You're enjoying the watch? Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I enjoy you enjoying things. Probably a bit too much. Keep wanted to zoom in, but I can't. I think that works for what I'm doing. Actually, that should be black. Oh, it's very, like, stylish. Like, dastardly, but in a good way. Where is it at? Do I need to do this? No. Okay. Oh, okay, that scared me for a second. It just stopped. Oh crap, did I delete it by accident? Oh no, I didn't. It's right here. No, I'd probably have to make an animation for this too, or a sprite for that. I'm probably gonna have to, or I'm probably gonna organize the sprite sheet like off stream. These are where they should be. So I can delete these too. Or should I? Yeah, it's fine. I think all I really have to do is like behind the ear. think I need to extend it out. If I make it longer. I think it works. Yeah, for that one frame, I think that's fine. Guess this would actually be lower. Is that part of his face? This would actually be. Yeah, that works. I'm cool with this. Wait, do I want them? The shadows would probably be a bit more in debt here. Debt and death. No. How often do I stream? Not very often, but I was trying to change that before, make it a habit before my next semester starts back up. I'm gonna try to stream at least 2 or 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. And if not those, then like Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday. I have it like in my bio on Twitch. It's very sporadic, unfortunately, but yeah. No, I could just use these. Kind of reminds me of Onion Knight, this little sprite right here. It's so menacing. I love it so much. Like, it's not him at all, but like, it is his energy. Oh, did I not do this? Oops. Doing a thing, that's what I like to see. I guess it doesn't matter if I don't move him right now. Let me see. Didn't make different versions of these unless I did. I'm tripping. No, I did not. Okay. I should like do an update video on YouTube eventually. Now that I think about it, where would his eye be for this? Oh no, wrong red. Wait, didn't I just... Maybe I am tripping. Oh no, that's what I was talking about. Okay. I'm not tripping, merely stumbling. Is that the same length? Oh, I can just use that little... it should be one pixel away. I should have just drew the eye first. That's not here, it's this? Do I want to make it lower? Looks weird. I think that works. But like, would I want to do that for all of them? If that's the case. Nah. What would be best if I just make that the exception? And the eye is just on a different pixel. No one would notice. Hopefully. How does YouTube Live work though? Oh, how do people like find like streams on YouTube? I have no idea. I don't think like YouTube. Well, okay, more specifically, I think streaming on YouTube is more for the audience you already have, whereas on Twitch, you know, there is some type of like discoverability on it. So not that well, but you know. Oh yeah, uploading more vids. Yeah, I heard. Excuse me. I heard there's actually no downside, at least in terms of the algorithm, which is like spamming videos. I mean, that's not something I would do. No, legitimately not. But like, yeah, I guess that's like how you play the YouTube game. What's I just doing? I'm actually working on a lore video. I've been working on it for like the longest time, but I've been hyper focused on it for the past 2 months. This lore video, the second part of a lore video series I'm doing for Salt and Sanctuary. Like every single time like I stream anything but that or just not work on it, I'm just wondering like how many of my fans are just like, hey, where's the video? Like, hey, I'm sorry. I'm working on it, I promise. I need a break. I need to break from work with other work. That reminds me of that one scene in Oblongs. Like I forget her name, but like the mom was doing a competition for like a cigarette brand. And so she's smoking a lot of cigarettes per day. Then the husband comes by and like notices like, hey honey, this isn't even the right brand of cigarettes. She's all like, I'm taking a smoke break. Like, what? What do you mean? Oh, does that work? That's some good energy. Because I have it right there. Huh. Oh, whoops. What am I doing? Yeah, I like that just a little bit more. It's like, it's fine that like these frames that are just like barely noticeable or won't really last for that long, if those are like evil and like menacing aura. But I want him to be a little bit more cool than like sinister. Second part. I'm probably gonna like what's the word? Organize this tomorrow. Really want to chill before work. Looking at that sprite, would it be beneficial? Would it be beneficial? Yeah, I gotta change that across the board. Or I'll keep this one. Oh gosh, why did I do that? I did that by instinct. I didn't even know that that was a thing. I guess I'll keep this singular sprite like that for now. And I'll just look it over and see if I want to change that for everything else. Alright, now is that everything? Let me think. Walk animation, the run animation. I didn't make it's supposed to be walking, running, and then sprinting. But like I legit don't need to make a sprinting animation. I can just make the running animation faster. Now let's think about it. Just because I did that for the running animation, maybe I can. How does one do? Like this. Fix this up. Or this actually be like right here? I don't think so. Yeah. I think that's fine. Where is it? I'm gonna have to test it out later. Because like all this is just a copy of that, so if it doesn't work out, I can change it. Okay, so walking animation, running animation, and then like various different forms of it. Okay, I think I can make one more thing before I head off for the stream, but I have no idea how to like even get that started. Because unfortunately, like this one mechanic I have doesn't really work that well. Like it's just like a wall slide, right? I think if like I walk off a wall from the right, then it works. I have no idea why. Hold on, let me. Oh no, I'm stuck. Ever since I like tried to add in this little wall slide, everything else has been breaking, so I really got to fix that. But anyway, what I'm trying to do is that if the player is running at a wall, like not just, you know, walking and then jumping, but if they're running and they're able to jump onto the wall, then instead of just like falling, they're able to go up if they like hold up on the control pad. So I want to make an animation where like he's crawling up the wall, like as a quick burst of speed, but I have no idea how to start that. Not even quite sure how I want it to look. But I guess honestly, I can like Frankenstein some stuff. Yeah, I could Frankenstein some stuff. Oh, not that one. You too. So I think for the upper body, I can just, let me move these over here. Just gonna copy it. Alright, it'll be right here. I think. I did make it too big. Alright. Wait, no, what am I doing? Stop. Some games make it like double jump each time and slowly go up the wall. What do you mean? Like Mega Man X, where you can like jump up the wall if you just hold like right or something. Okay, I'm gonna have to remove the head actually. Oh wait, no, I'm doing it over here. Yeah. Then the exact opposite. This one's easier to, oh crap. This one's easier to copy. Yeah, okay. I guess it would be looking up. Right. Doko there, my guy. Because it's mostly black, I don't have to worry about the other parts. Hmm. That's I feel like these two help me out. Difference. Actually, I really just need this part then, right? I'm gonna have to do some pixel surgery. Yeah, where are you? No, honestly, don't need it from the walking animation. Would it be? Maybe I'm just making things complicated. Probably am. So that's where the arrow would be. If Can't do all that. That's probably fine, actually. Hold on. Can I separate this at all? Not necessarily. It doesn't work. It's probably fine. Maybe I could use just like some blue to offset it. Like as highlights. I guess it wouldn't be that close though. Maybe not. Brown. What color is that? It's like tan. What a predicament. Yeah, that's fine. Just notice. The reason I was feeling so off about this, I think it's slightly off. No, it is this that is off. Okay. You know, it's probably not that hard to mess with. I think what I can do. So which leg is this? So it's the right leg that would be cuffed, and the left leg that would extend out. Oof, this is kind of confusing. I think I just did like a running animation or something that'll help me with this. Oh, the dashing animation. Would it? Not necessarily. Yeah. Let me pull some Frankenstein shenanigans. Where'd you go? This is supposed to be black, but I need this here. Or I need it what color for a reference. Since I already got it here. Don't, where do you go? Go like right there. I think it canceled it. Okay, this is the first time I ever did that. I just confused myself. Oof. Hmm. This one's definitely a doozy. Like the silhouette, the silhouette is fine. Guess I just need to re-figure out the legs. But I am getting tired. And it is past 4 hours. I have not streamed for 4 hours in a minute, so that's good. Alright, I made some pretty good progress. Okay, thank you guys for chilling out with me in the stream, watching the VOD, maybe the random DVD, VHS tape that will survive throughout civilization. You're just some alien watching this like, what the heck? My apologies. Regardless, it is time for me to bid you adieu, farewell, sayonara, hasta la vista, arrivederci, all the goodbyes. And until next time, you all have a good one. Peace.